Stream Elements says, Dicebaggery is now live streaming art. Vtuber draws fake Pokemon Crytures TTRPG.
Drew.
Ponyboy Horse says, Good evening, mortal humans, don't forget to subscribe to Dicebag and say hello. Ponyboy Horse says,
Hello, Bulky Boy.
Cat with a Mouse says, Hello Pony.
How's it going, everybody?
You're early tonight. Anything special tonight you wanted to avoid?
I see we're already
Festive
chatting,
Festiva
are we?
says, 666.
Hello there, Festive Festiva. However you say your
Ponyboy
name.
Horse says, I want
Rusta,
to
I
avoid women
believe.
with PPS, so far no luck.
Ponyboy, dang. Are you talking about women with peepees, or are you talking about dudes with boobs? Because I'm not sure if you understand the difference there. But hello everybody, how's it going? We're gonna be drawing. Actually, we're gonna be coloring. I already did the drawing. We got that part done.
Cat with a Mouse says, most likely the first one.
You never know with Ponyboy. He has weird definitions for things.
Festiva says. Changed to Festiva because I wanted to tune Tuber, but I can't find a good voice changer under Linux, so I'm just not doing that.
Alright, I see.
Ponyboy Horse says. I saw a woman with a PP earlier and was saddened. Ponyboy Horse says. I have normal definitions.
I don't know, Ponyboy. Did you see my tweet earlier, Ponyboy? About tomboys? I don't know. Apparently, tomboys always lose out to the long-haired ladies, and I said, you know what? Tomboys should just have long hair, and problem solved.
Ponyboy Horse says. Now I will have to see it. Festiva says. There are no women with dicks, just men with tits, a wise man named Ted. Ponyboy Horse says. I am going to cancel you on Twitter.
There are no women with dicks? Well, not in real life. That's true.
Cody
However,
says, the lady from Steins Gate is a long-haired tomboy and she can get it.
that's what I'm talking about. Welcome, Kohet. Our one guy on Rumble. Everybody's over in the Twitch, where nobody ever is. Sometimes, you know, I feel like giving up on Twitch, but oh well.
Kohate is here just in time to talk about women with PPS.
Yeah, no, it's like he gets summoned. As soon as something weird comes up, Kohet pops in, and then he's like, "What?" But yeah, look at this, isn't it cute? I got pretty much all the little line details I want to figure out fixed up. So I'm just gonna start throwing in some colors here.
Festiva says. Kohate in to slap the most massive rod and ass on the smallest frame.
I don't know about the smallest frame. I saw what he was drawing last night.
Ponyboy Horse says. I am scared to follow Kohate on Twitter, I don't know how y'all do it. Cat with a Mouse says.
Here's how you do it.
Prepare for a statement from my YouTube alter ego.
You
Solo the Nerd says.
Turn off
don't
your
give up on YouTube or Twitch.
or actually you turn on your filters. You turn on your filters,
says.
and that takes care of Kohate.
Kohate isn't the worst person I follow.
Kohate's probably the worst person I follow with my dice bag account. I say, don't give up on YouTube or Twitch. I'm probably dragging you along
Kohate
now.
says.
I don't intend to give up on
Honestly,
YouTube, definitely.
I'm honored.
Yeah, we're definitely not giving up on YouTube because that's where
Ponyboy Horse says.
the other audience is.
Whenever I see how many of my friends follow Kohate, I wonder how they do it.
I mean,
Kohate
if you
says,
have content filters on, it's not that
also,
bad.
I've become super pro artists working outside of their comfort zone. Highly encourage keeping on keeping on.
Let's see, how many antennas does this thing have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 6, okay.
Simple. Draws.
Completely forgot to put the antennas on these guys when I did the sketch.
Ponyboy Horse says. I cannot look at that much woman meat without being permanently traumatized. Cat with a Mouse says. Pony, your friends must be less squeamish than you.
Well, to be fair, a lot of the quote-unquote woman meat that Kohate draws isn't actually woman meat.
Kohate says. Also, such a shame, sometimes I draw some banger tomboys. Kohate says. And they're actually, /just/women. Kohate says. Huh, Satch.
He's fishing for followers on my stream.
Cat with a mouse says. Wouldn't strong muscular women technically be woman meat?
I mean, in a sense, if you want to use that lingo, I guess.
Ponyboy Horse says. That is good woman meat. Kohate says. Nah, just pony, I want to be a corrosive influence. Festiva says. I can't even do regular anatomy right, I can't do something as insane as that.
Yep. Anatomy is the killer. Takes a lot of practice to be able to do anatomy from memory in any degree. But there's nothing wrong with working with references.
Says, you can do it, Rusta, just follow Evergrade's example. 1000 years.
1000 years? Is that Evergrade's latest practice technique? He's trying to get better at ears or something? I haven't watched an Evergrade stream in a while.
Ponyboy Horse says. I feel like Evergrade is doing everything to avoid feet practice.
For good reason. I mean, how often do you actually need to draw feet? Like actual bare feet?
Ponyboy Horse says. Draw 1000 feet Evergrade, I dare you. Kohate says.
Is Evergrade even in here? I don't think he's in here.
He's gaming and I hate video games, but he did do some ear practice and it looked productive. Cat with a mouse says.
Mood, to
I
be
think
honest.
He's trying to avoid you, you fetishist. Kohate says. I've never had to draw bare feet, but I do like drawing the bare feet before putting them in shoes. Ponyboy Horse says. Not a fetishist.
You see, unless you're like deliberately drawing feet stuff, you probably don't need to know how to draw feet all that well.
Festiva says. Just gonna sneak away.
Well, that's not very sneaky now, is it? Declaring you're sneaking. You know what? I don't like this one. We're gonna move it.
Kohate says. Where, you going Festiva? We gotta draw some clown feet together. Ponyboy Horse says. Sneak 100. Kohate says. The shoes aren't big as a joke. Cat with a mouse says. All you need to know is how to draw shoes or boots. The specifics of feet can come later.
Facts. Let's see, here's the question. Should we color the bush the same color as these guys in the green? I feel like we need to have a little bit of contrast there.
says. Ha.
Maybe like so.
Festiva says. Imagester, not a clown.
Imagester.
Bonaboy Horse
Thanks,
says,
Geronimo.
Trim your bush, you animal. Cat with a mouse says, bush should be lighter than the Crytures.
I'm on it, I'm on it. Yes. There we go. We can see them. They're still camouflaged. That's their main thing, is the camouflage. Also, I might try editing a little AI video I whipped up. Because that's something I've been toying around with a little bit here and there. Is like taking my images and putting them in a AI image or AI video generator and like animating them. And I've got one or two that are like pretty close to like being usable. So I might see if I can just go in and edit it frame by frame and
love the clip of Psychit and his brother on the Discord.
Yeah, and I'll see if I can edit it
Festiva
frame
says,
by frame to fix the details.
I always shade bed or adding color because Critter refuses to not crash when it has to actually do work.
Shade before adding color? Sounds like crazy talk to me. I guess my PC can handle a little more than that. It still crashes. Sometimes. At inconvenient times.
Kohate says,
but it can handle this.
Grisale is kinda goat. I agree. Festiva.
Let's see. I'm gonna make the background here a little bit bluish green for some atmospheric perspective. Yeah. Let's see. Then the edges are just pure white. Alright.
Festiva says,
how did I go about doing that?
I have 32 gigs of RAM, it should not crash.
You're right, it probably shouldn't crash, especially if you're just doing it on its own and not streaming or anything. My stuff crashes because I've got CSP and OBS and Clip Studio Paint and Spud Hand and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tabs of Brave open, and also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other tabs for each chat. And Discord. Oh, and what is this, Windows Media Player? That too. All running at the same time.
Kohate says, honestly, your PC is kinda cooked.
You know what? Actually, a while ago I was having a bunch of major problems with crashes, and I found out like one of my RAM sticks was faulty. Because I took one of the sticks out, and literally it stopped crashing like 90% of the time that it would normally crash. So I think I need to just replace that RAM stick and actually get a new one. And I'll probably be pretty good.
Bonaboy Horse says, my PC is ready for live support whenever I open Google Chrome.
Man, remember when PCs used to last for like a decade? Anyways, the way I was doing the edges here looks like I just painted on.
Kohate says, they still do.
You know what, Kohate? I agree.
Festiva says, my PC is overjuiced for what I need. It is only 2 years old. No, it should not be cooked. Kohate says, my PC is going on 8 years without any major upgrades.
Well, Kohate, you like don't play anything besides indie roguelikes with pixel graphics. So I can see why you wouldn't have a problem with it. silence from Geronimo.
Kohate says. Them's fighting words, I play modern games, Satisfactory, Guilty Gear, etc. Cat with a mouse says.
Okay, and 2D fighting games.
Laptop. Had to convert it to Linux Mint because Windows 10 support ends this fall.
Oh man, yeah, Linux. I'm strongly considering switching to Linux when this thing is not so useful anymore. Just because I really don't want to keep upgrading
needs
Windows.
To stop guiltying that gear and play Smash.
Smash? I don't know, I think Smash might actually be a downgrade.
Ponyboy Horse says. So where can I buy proprietary psychedelic substances in the Crytures world?
I mean, if you want to poison yourself, you can always just, like, snort creature essence.
Kohate says.
You might die.
I'm not a SAM enjoyer, so no, I don't think I'll play Smash.
What?
Festiva says. 1v1 me Jigglypuff.
I do not understand
says,
the simping for Smash.
Black markets. For the stuff that won't kill you that quickly. Ponyboy Horse says. Nanny. Kohate says. Sorry, maybe all Smash players didn't need to catch that stray bullet.
Kohate over here painting with a broad brush over his criticisms of his game enjoyments.
Ponyboy Horse says. Omi wa mau, Shindiarug. Cat with a mouse says. Smash meaning Super Smash Brothers.
Is that something that's been in the news?
You gotta start broad and work your way into thin. Ponyboy Horse says. Yo, I love how Geronimo speaks Japanese. Festiva says. Guilty Gear Strive community not being annoying online challenge.
Man, all y'all fighting game people are the same. I used to play fighting games for fun, and now you all competitive people just ruined the entire genre. Because everything's just geared towards competitive online play now. Like, no thanks.
Kohate says. Smash community is famous in online discourse for being filled with child predators.
I mean,
Cat with a mouse says.
That's probably
That's
a feature of many Nintendo fandoms, to be honest.
Kohate says. The reason the fighting game sweats complain though is because it is not geared towards competitives. Ponyboy Horse says.
Ponyboy, it can't actually read Japanese. You have to speak it in Romanji. Geronimo is not that advanced.
Ponyboy Horse says. 1984.
I knew that was coming.
Festiva says. I mean predators and Leffen. Festiva says. Screw that guy. Ponyboy Horse says. Geronimo is racist.
Geronimo is not racist, he's just not a polyglot.
Cat with a mouse says. Might butcher this, but. Kawita Sug.
He almost got it. Okay, what's going on here? I'm on the wrong layer, that's what.
Says, actually, you're racist against the speakers of any language you don't speak. Kohate says,
but Geronimo
it's
isn't.
not a skill issue, it's racism, turns out. Ponyboy Horse says, estoy tan enojado que podría patear un burro en los testículos.
Ponyboy, I do not remember Spanish classes enough for that. I literally didn't even want to take Spanish, but they required you to take a foreign language in high school. And the only choices we had were Spanish and French. So I took 2 years of Spanish and promptly forgot everything.
Festiva says, can't wait to buy the Switch 2 just to buy no Switch 2 games and jailbreak it. Ponyboy Horse says,
right?
I was forced to take Spanish against my will and a few years later decided to vote Orange Man in revenge. Cat with a Mouse says, ponies say something along the lines of you like the taste of donkey testicles. Kohate says,
I don't think that's what Ponyboy was saying.
They should teach you how to conquer the foreign language speakers and impose your language unto them.
That would honestly be more useful.
Ponyboy Horse says, I do not like the taste of donkey testicles.
Oh, look at that. I forgot this little detail. I am no better than an AI. How is that? Okay, so it's both in between the petals and in the middle of the petals. Okay.
Kohate says, Ponyboy more of a Rocky Mountain oyster fan. Cat with a Mouse says, burro equals donkey. Enojado equals enjoy / like. Testículos equals the obvious. Ponyboy Horse says, I don't eat nuts, I got too much respect for my fellow male creatures.
Okay, we got a serious problem here. Everything's out of proportion on the little tail here. Let me get a good look at this guy. Uh-huh. Okay. We're gonna have to do some major surgery here.
Ponyboy Horse says, how would you feel as a bull ate your nuts? No, I will eat steak, but a brother's nuts are sacred. Cat with a Mouse says, yo could call it the result of a growing boy.
Alright. Thank God for digital art.
Ponyboy Horse says,
Ponyboy, speak in words we can all understand.
Cat with a Mouse says, kanji still won't work. Stream Elements says, good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello. Festiva says, something oil up. Ponyboy Horse says, Kohate says, I actually like it when Geronimo doesn't read Ponyboy's messages, smiley face.
It is pretty funny.
Ponyboy Horse says. Okay, wow, Kohate, I see how it is. Cat with a Mouse says. You and me both.
Ponyboy, you are like, what do they call it? Not the straight man, the other guy of the stream.
Kohate says. Stream heel. Ponyboy Horse says. I am straight, I like women. Cat with a Mouse says.
Yeah.
The clown?
Heel.
Ponyboy Horse
Heel,
says.
clown, whatever.
Muscular.
The
masculine
jester?
Women.
Jester, that's a good one. Alright.
Ponyboy Horse says. I am normal.
Whatever you say,
Festiva says,
Ponyboy, whatever you say.
Jester. Kohate says. Festiva, catching strays.
I mean, if you're gonna brand yourself like a jester, surely you wouldn't be offended by the assertion that you are such a thing. I'm not out here being like, oh no, how dare you say things about robots that are true.
Kohate
What's
says,
with this cyborg
also,
bigotry?
Kill Jesta. Cat with a Mouse says. As long as Pony is not the fool. Every fool is smarter than Pony. Festiva says. I am a jester, not a clown.
Alright, look at that, boys. I think we got the flats done. Which took longer than it should have. Why do I look so small on the screen? Maybe it's just because Budley's so big. No, it's because I'm small on the screen. Get over here, Budley. Just let me... There we go. I want to cut off the tone, boys. There we go. I am full-sized once again. Let's just carve away a little bit on this thick-ass line. And we can start throwing on the shadows. Ugh. It is actually kind of hot in here. Freaking... You know what? Maybe I should turn off the heat. Because it's not exactly winter anymore. Give me a minute.
Kohate says. We did establish that your PC was cooked.
Ah! Alright, I'm back. Surprisingly, it's still tracking me correctly.
Festiva says. It's not cooked. Cat with a Mouse says. Thanks to the XP earned from the last session, I'm planning to add an ability to Ed's character sheet.
Right. The freaking campaign, that's something to talk about. I've been thinking about some of the ways I could change
Mage Leader
up.
says. What's up, nerds?
Hello, Mage Leader, how's it going? Haven't seen you around in a while. But I've been thinking about ways of changing up that whole tracking minigame I came up with for Crytures, and I think having multiple roles in the same turn is kind of cumbersome. Because like doing the little mini games and stuff like that is kind of made...
What's good, Mage Leader, when we cast in spells?
The whole point of those mini games is to kind of make things almost as involved as combat. But with combat, like, you usually only make one roll every turn, and that's your main attack roll. pondering thy orb. We like our orb pondering over here. These guys are not quite orbs, though. This guy looks like he could be some pondering, though.
It's called roleplay, not roleplay.
Ew.
Ponyboy Horse says. Dice bag fact, dice bag gets no orbs.
It's called a role-playing game, so the the role-playing should be gamified.
No, let him cast.
Alright, we gotta make some changes here. Anyways, with the philosophy I'm dealing with Crytures is it's better to have more rules than not enough, because you can ignore rules on the fly as much as you want. But making rules up on the fly is a little more difficult.
Mage Leader says. The real question is, does this game count as furry RP?
No.
Ponyboy Horse says. X. Festiva says. Oh, you are all furries, I gotta run.
No, no furries. I can probably count on one hand the amount of creatures that could be considered furries.
Ponyboy Horse says. I'm not a furry. Cat with a Mouse says. I'm considering the wild child ability because Ed is supposed to be closer to nature and understanding Crytures' habits.
Wild child would make a lot of sense for Ed. I am Mage Leader. I don't know if you want to get back in on playtesting Crytures, but we are doing a West Marches style campaign that we started up just last time. If you'd like to try it out again and get on one of these sessions, we can get you in on the freaking Discord. There should be a link to it in the description. That's what it's called.
Pat Ice Bar Lore Games says. It's
Patty! How's it going, Patty? Mr. misses the first session.
Pat Ice Bar Lore Games says. Dude, nice Rumbler upgrade. Mage Leader says. I have more regular hours at my current job, so I might be able to make it work.
Nice. Well, with the whole West Marches campaign style, it's basically just made so you can pop in and out for a session and everybody else in the world just continues on. If you haven't tried that kind of campaign before.
I'm fighting my hater on X, about to shave my head, typical Saturday.
Ah, nice. Fighting the haters.
Mage Leader says. I'll join the Discord. Ponyboy Horse says. I love Twitter beefs.
I hate Twitter
Cat
beefs.
With a Mouse says.
Waste my time.
How is shaving your head supposed to help you?
Alright. Here we go.
Patty's Parlor says. The dude ripped off my t-shirt design. And sold it for less than I possibly could. Mage Leader says.
Ah.
Bald is beautiful. Patty's Parlor says. Worse yet, he used AI to recreate the graphic. What a fucking loser.
Yeah, that's a low blow. I've been having thoughts on AI recently. Starting to try and learn how people actually get it to do things that they want.
Festiva says.
I think it can be useful.
I just don't care about AI. Ponyboy Horse says. Uh-oh, the robot has thoughts on AI. Mage Leader says. Ouch, Patty. AI and undercutting. Cat with a Mouse says. AI is a tool/assistant. Not a main resource.
Right. I think actual artists can make better use of it than non-artists, and
says,
it's about time we started learning
I've been
it.
having thoughts on AI as well. It led me to give up writing altogether.
I should hope not. Let me see. Alright, where is the thing? No, not that one. I can't navigate my own folders. Let me see.
Festiva says. I know someone who's got an AI to do with their character doing a full spin and they are touching up the animation made. Cat with a Mouse says. Just look up Neurosama. One of the most popular AI VTubers.
I'm familiar with Neurosama. I'm not too keen on just AI VTubers. Feels like it kind of defeats the point. Here, let me see. Okay, that's not it. Hold on, I'm doing back-end stuff. Give me a second. Media source, window capture. I think window capture is what I want.
Neuro is a duo with Vital, so it works.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I haven't really watched Neuro.
Festiva says. Neurosama is not just an AI VTuber, it is the story of a turtle man wrangling his tarred robot children. Cat with a Mouse says. At least her creator also streams with her. So it shouldn't be that bad. Mage Leader says. It's discouraging knowing that a computer can do in seconds what took you a whole year.
I haven't seen AI do anything interesting with writing before.
Ponyboy Horse says. Neuro is proof that 2D daughters are real.
Okay, which one of these Windows Media Player windows is actually the one I'm trying to use? What's going on? You know what? Screw it. We're just gonna put a media source in here.
Patty's Parlor says. A computer can't do what I do. I'm not threatened by the AI, just disappointed my hater is such a worthless sack of soy.
What I'm saying is that...
With a Mouse says. Whichever one crashes the stream when you turn it off is the one you're using.
What I'm saying
Patty's
is that
says,
AI can help you do
like,
things that you couldn't do before.
Oh yeah, it's because people generally like me. Mage Leader says. They have AI models now that can emulate an author's style. The plotting is still in development, but likely coming soon.
Makes sense. Alright, let's see if this works. There we go. Now, this is my own little drawing that I animated with AI. And by animated with AI, I mean I put in a like one sentence and told it to do
Cat
this.
with a mouse says.
And it came
My
out
voice.
alright. Like, there's a few little details that could use some touching up. But compared to, like, rigging and animating this is, like, way more efficient. Even if I go in and edit out the little details that are wrong by hand, that would be way easier. And far less time consuming. Okay, I deselected it, now I can't get it back. There it is. So yeah, what I'm thinking is using it to make these little animations would be nice for like B-rolls in my videos and stuff. In my Creature Codex stuff.
Mage Leader says. AI can be a great tool. My problem is that it's going to be abused far more often. Cat with a mouse says. Some nice candid camera footage of them just being them.
Yeah, for the most part, AI has been used to create slop. But I think if we're at the way things are going, it's going to a point where
Mage Leader says.
you can learn
I
to
can
make
also be
decent
a great tool
things.
sometimes.
Maybe it's not great for writing, but as like a visual artist, animating is something that's just crazy time consuming
Says.
to the
Did
point
you know
where it's
people make AI slop content, paywall it, and people pay it.
oh, I'm aware. I am aware of the Patreon slop makers. But animation is a big thing that I think it could help with. And if regular 2D artists can make interesting little animations
Festiva
without
says,
spending
I
their
sent a
entire
video to
life
my
doing
server
it,
that sums up how I feel. Ponyboy
I
Horse
think that's
says,
an upgrade.
That blows my damn mind. Nothing about it registers in my mind.
To be
Ponyboy
fair,
Horse
it takes a
says,
little learning to actually
how can
get
people
AI
pay
to
for
do what
bottom
you
of the
want.
barrel slop?
But yeah, it's definitely not something I'd like pay a person to create. In terms of AI stuff, probably the only thing I'd really think about like paying for from an AI
Cat with the
creator
mouse
is like
says,
a model.
That's because AI needs to learn your preferences and how your style works.
A model for like my own things that I want to use AI for.
Mage Leader
But
says,
I can probably do that myself.
as long as you don't take the shade diversity approach, we're good.
Yeah, no, Shad kind of uses it just to bypass his own lack of abilities. I'm saying, don't use it to skip the process, use it to make it easier,
Ponyboy Horse
faster.
says, what did Shad do?
Shad is basically not a good artist, but he likes to pretend he is with AI. But the vast majority of AI techniques you're going to be looking at aren't really artistically inclined. even for the more advanced stuff.
Ponyboy Horse says, I think the best use of AI is meme posts.
That is definitely the least controversial use of it.
Mage Leader
I think
says,
everybody is okay with the
Chad
memes.
should use AI to help him write his next book. Might actually be readable this time.
Yeah, I freaking dread seeing Shad pop up in my timeline. Always pretty obnoxious these days. And he keeps complaining that his channel is dying. It's like, dude, you went from making interesting medieval history videos and like fantasy world building to doing clickbait sword videos and AI stuff.
Ponyboy Horse says,
Of course, most of your audience
at least
isn't going to be
Scalagram
there.
won't pop up in our timelines again. Mage Leader says, LMAO, he always claims that YouTube is strangling his channel.
I know,
Always
right?
someone else's fault.
Yeah, no, unsubscribed from Shad because most of his stuff just isn't interesting anymore. And then in
Coheed
between
says,
it, he just complains.
I mean, it was a remarkably easy block, highly recommended. The second you see someone engage in dishonest content farming, just strike M from orbit.
Oh
Or
man,
at
there's
least
so
in your
much of
mind.
that on Twitter these days.
Festiva says, I still like Shad.
Not to mention, Shad's little niche is basically like way more saturated nowadays than when he started doing it. There's so many channels that talk about
Coheed says,
history from different angles.
why do
and
you
stuff.
like Shad Festiva? Cat with a Mouse says, my Gruos D&D session this morning followed up on our Owlbear Cub mission and how my character's new ability might have been triggered. Festiva says, just do.
It's okay. We won't hold it against you.
Coheed says, need. Mage Leader says, I used to love Shad. Then I read his book.
Oh no. I picked up the crowdfunded comic he made like a couple years ago. But by the time I got it, I was kind of burnt out on crowdfunded indie comics. So I haven't even read it. I've come to the conclusion that I'm just not really a comic appreciator. To be fair, I'm not exactly a
Festiva
passive
says,
content
I
enjoyer
listen
anyways.
to a bunch of stuff on a forklift, so Cat with a Mouse says. My character almost broke into the city's library, but luckily the librarian allowed me entry and to research until she returned the next morning.
Oh, see, all you had to do was ask.
Mage Leader says. Indie Comics is an entire can of worms. We must not speak the names of Evan Van Scuber or Elric Julius.
And I basically stopped paying attention to the most of that sphere. I'm just here to do my own thing. Oh, speaking of writing, I have been in touch with Jake Calta again to see if we can put out some story-based content for Crytures. Because I had an idea a while back for like a comic-sized light novel, basically. But I ain't a writer. So I wanted to get somebody who has a little more experience with it to actually make the prose. And then I would illustrate the thing. And it'd be like half illustration, half prose.
Mage Leader says. If you want some Crytures writing, I'd be willing to give it a shot.
Yeah, we'll have to. I'll have to see about it. I know I've definitely got a stable,
and that my character's plot has not taken over.
I've definitely got a stable of creatives that I'm that I know that I could start like actually putting out more stuff with, but I'm just so bad at organizing everything. I'm still working on creating like a.
What is the name of this flower Pokemon?
I'm still working on making like the bios for the characters that I want to do for the thing. The flower Pokemon, this is not a flower Pokemon, but I assume you mean flower creature. This is Budley. Because he's like a bud and a buddy. Just he's not your buddy in the wild, though. And this is Pecho. Like a chili petal.
Kohate says.
Okay.
I'm in the stable, and I'm here to tarnish the PG nature of the property.
Kohate, you do that for free though.
Why is he uncircumcised?
He's a cocoon, pony boy. He is undergoing metamorphosis.
Ponyboy Horse says. Is that what they call it?
Yes, that's what they call it.
I was not invited into the stable, and if you try to remove me, I'll stab ya yar.
It's okay, Kohei, you can stay.
Cat with a Mouse says.
You're good for a laugh.
Pony, get your mind out of the beef mound manure. Stream Elements says. Good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello. Kohate says. LFG. Ponyboy Horse says. HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHh
Okay, Pony Boy.
says. Plap.
No plapping on stream. Please. What the hell is going on here? Okay, that's on a different layer.
Cat with a mouse says. Speaking of which, do the beef mounds help in manure production, or is that a different subcreature? Mage leader says.
I guess they probably do
he's not
produce
the
manure.
kind of Vtuber.
Yeah, I sure hope you don't want to plap me. Why did I draw so many freaking leaves? Why did I think this was a good idea?
Festiva says. We will consider sparing you. Cat with a mouse says.
Thanks.
At most, I bet people want to slap you.
Why would anyone want to slap me? And why isn't the fill tool figuring out the definitions here? How do I...
Says,
oh wait, the tolerance is too high.
Maybe next time you should leave them off. Ponyboy Horse says. Would slapping metal even hurt? Kohate says.
I'm not all metal.
Earlier you said that you could count the amount of furry creatures on one hand. Just want you to know that every creature is on the table. Kohate says.
Not their canon
just
designs.
As a caution. Cat with a mouse says. DM calls that players would not agree with. Festiva says. Concerning I must escape.
I thought you already escaped once. Yeah, here you still are. Was that a joke, Mr. Jester? Oh. All right. This piece is probably going to take longer than I bargained for.
Says, nah, he likes us. He's just making sure his federal agent knows he disagrees with the content.
Oh, okay. Gotta keep those feds guessing.
Mage leader says. The flower creature is eating a leaf. Is that cannibalism?
No. Besides, he's not a flower. He's a caterpillar. The real question would be, if a cheapie eats a chicken nugget, is that cannibalism?
Cat with a mouse says. It would only be cannibalism if the flower he was eating was blue. Cat with a mouse says. Maybe.
Let's see. Actually, the answer is no, because subcreatures and creatures are too far removed from each other to be considered like the same kind or species or whatever classification you're using. Alright, I think it's highlight time.
Cat with a mouse says,
how about
GB
that?
eating a drumstick might be a closer comparison / question.
Perhaps. Where else do we need highlights at? On the belly? There we go, on the belly.
Patty's Parlor says, just got done shaving. Head so smooth you could ponder through it.
Welcome back, Patty. I'm getting into it. Can't talk and think.
Ponyboy Horse says,
Can't talk and art at the same
do not
time.
ponder your orb on stream.
I don't know if that should have the same rules as the plapping. I think pondering might be okay.
Kohate says,
You know what? I totally
I
forgot to
respect the look.
get in the Discord
I tell my IRL
chat.
friends no to worry about their hair loss, because at any time you can simply choose to look like Patty. Cat with a mouse says,
That's kind of true.
getting back into anatomy, would there be any sexual dimorphism when it comes to Cryture species?
Probably
Horse
not,
says,
because I don't want to draw
I'm
multiple
about to
types.
poon. Patty's Parlor says, I wanted to expand on this X-beef thing. Normally I don't care for it. I'd rather be friends with everyone. But this jabroni claimed to have made INSFW images of my wife. Patty's Parlor says,
Okay, now that's just
Heck yeah,
fucked
go.
up.
Being bald is dope. Mage Leader says, I don't ponder my orb anymore. I've been sober for months. Cat with a mouse says, I cast silence on Ponyboy.
I don't think that's gonna work.
Kohate says,
You know how he is.
whoa, that literally just became a felony, didn't it? Kohate says, extremely lame / Ponyboy Horse says, I cast counterspell.
Ponyboy, do you have enough untapped mana to do that? I don't think you do. I think you've used it all up with the banter today.
Mage Leader says, I cast Plap. Patty's Parlor says, he constantly nags me and I haven't said shit to, of, or about him in months. But he just doesn't quit. And someone brought me into it all over again. Cat with a mouse says, I counterspell the counterspell.
Man, Patty, this is why I don't like talking
I have never tapped a mana. I like women.
Kohate
says,
RPG
may
Twitter.
be out of mana, but he's not out of options. Patty's Parlor says, it's illegal in my and his state, but they still haven't made it federally illegal yet. It's waiting in the house.
Is it too late to say I kinda hate the colors I'm looking at right now? We'll fix it later.
Cat with a mouse says. Yes. Kohate says. A genuine stalker issue. Mage Leader says. What's the best anime and why is it King of the Hill? Kohate says. It's never too late, Dice, you can always get to it later.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we work on multiple layers, so I can just go to the other layer down here and be like, oh, we want to make it, this green. Oh, excuse me, hold on. This green, which looks even worse, but as an example.
Kohate says. Unless your canvas is too large and your computer threatens to implode.
Who would have a problem with that,
Solo
I wonder?
the Nerd says. Mage Leader, King of the Hill is not an anime, everyone knows that.
I don't know, I think some people would debate it.
Mage Leader says. Solo the Nerd, King of the Hill is the greatest anime of all time. Kohate says. Personally I prefer the King of the Hill manga. Bonaboy Horse says. King of the Hill is my favorite ice guy.
Ice guy? Thanks, Geronimo.
Cat with a mouse says. Never mind. If I continue this, I'll regret it.
Alright, time for the real tedious part.
King of the Hill had some good light novels, too. Bonaboy Horse says. I remember one time I read King of the Hill fanfics to my D&D group until they told me to stop.
I hope that didn't take very long. Now hold on a second though. Isn't all of the
Bonaboy Horse says.
American animation done in Korea?
Cat with a mouse
So
says,
it wouldn't be a manga for
"Are
King
we
of the Hill,
talking
it
about
would
the
be a
same show
manhwa.
here?" Cartoon created by Mike Judge, same person who made Beavis and Butthead.
Yep, that's the one.
Bonaboy Horse says. Wahahahe. Bonaboy Horse says. I tell ya what.
That doesn't quite come through via Geronimo all that well.
Bonaboy Horse says. HWF. Mage Leader says. Actually the show creator's name should be correctly pronounced as Michelajujaru. Cat with a mouse says. This conversation is asinine. Time to quit.
Let's see. What have I not softened over here? And over here.
Mage leader says. No, you.
Huh. You know what, guys? I don't think this is going to be one of those pieces where I pull back and look at it on a different screen and think, oh damn, who made that? Oh wait, it's me. But that's okay. Not every piece needs to be an improvement over in my skills.
Is that a good thing? Kohate says. Did you remember to flip the canvas?
Kohate, I drew this last time. It's too late to be flipping canvases now.
Different forms of essence give Crytures more XP than others. Ponyboy Horse says. Sounds like early onset dementia.
Let's see, where is the canvas flipping button? Here we go. Looks alright to me. Like, it's a little weird up in here.
Kohate says.
But I'm okay with that.
It's never too late. You can always get to it later.
We can't go around
the mouse says.
Tweaking the line art at this point.
Flip.
That's a hard point. That's the hard thing to do. I got other things to draw. We're just gonna have to let it be. Alright. Just need to focus on getting this stuff softened up, and then I can actually do the fun part and do all the lighting tricks.
Ponyboy Horse says. Your Discord notification noise is loud.
Well, excuse me, but audio balance is hard. I need to know when you guys are up to shenanigans.
Ponyboy Horse says. I excuse you.
Thanks.
Ponyboy Horse says. We are well behaved. Cat with a mouse says. That is whenever Pony opens his digital mouth. Kohate says. But we do these things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
What are these things in this context?
Ponyboy Horse says. Giggity.
Is that a giggity moment? Is it giggity
Kohate
because they are
says.
hard?
Audio balance Discord, smiley face.
You're right, audio balancing Discord is hard.
Ponyboy Horse
Especially
says.
when you got a bunch of people
Smiley
in chat
face.
and they all won't speak into their mics.
Kohate says. Actually, you can specify, in OBS which sounds to broadcast from your computer. It's in the advanced audio settings. Cat with a mouse says. Ponyboy.
Alright, I think it's time for coloring the line art. What color do we want here? A little bit of a dark turquoise, perhaps? That's not dark enough.
says, with the hands there, Ponyboy looks like it would be a FromSoft boss.
I am not done with softening the edges on this thing.
Ponyboy Horse says, you best start dodge canceling. Freddy Fazbear says, are you ready for Freddy?
Freddy Fazbear? Are you the real Freddy Fazbear?
Cat with a Mouse says, hard to strangle someone through chat. So this is the next best thing.
Let's see, I'm still not convinced with this
Freddy Fazbear says,
line art color.
Freddy Fazbear says, it is I, Frederick Fazbearington the Fur. Freddy Fazbear says, 5th.
Freddy, I don't even like your games, but welcome.
Freddy Fazbear says, har har hor har har hor har hor har har. Cat with a Mouse says, then, what is Gregory's nickname? Freddy Fazbear says, har har hor hor. Patty's Parlor says, back again, but only for a bit. It's game night here. We're gonna play some Gaslands.
Gaslands?
Says,
that's what I'm not familiar with.
Holy cow, Mr. Faz, huge fan. Love the pizza with extra glue slash. Freddy Fazbear says, I'm Freddy Fazbear, not glam rock Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear says, my manufacturing date is 1982. Freddy Fazbear says, hey there Koher. Ponyboy Horse says, Nakama o Keseret Hizan Tushitiri Una Yatsura Nitsu Kurirayo Yuri Wa Ipan Emone. Freddy Fazbear says,
you don't say. Ponyboy, I don't think it really got that one as well. I don't know what the hell you just said. I'm gonna have to stop procrastinating and actually do the background here, aren't I?
Cat with a Mouse says, want me to run it through Google Translate? Kohate says,
nah, I'm fine with not
back,
knowing
Patty.
what Ponyboy says.
Is it a civil type of thing? In GA, if you have knowledge of a crime, you can feed it to a prosecutor and they'll try and run it down. Freddy Fazbear says, Kohate, this might sound weird, but have you seen any kind fellows who's in purple attire? Cat with a Mouse says, who says you need to add anything to the background? Ponyboy
I
Horse
say,
says,
that's the wrong
I say
color.
interesting things. Freddy Fazbear says,
Dicebag
say
says,
Scooby-Doo but replace all the OS with E
we
and
need
replace the C
things
with
in
K.
the background. As is the style of Crytures, we are going to put things in the background like so.
Ponyboy Horse says, I also when we getting a life-sized plush of a creature like that Gardevoir asking for a friend.
When it becomes big enough to have plushies. So tell your friends, tell your family.
Cat with a mouse says, Freddy, are you looking for Ski by D? Ah, the Ski by D toilet I assume. Freddy Fazbear says, if dark's before the dawn, try lifting the sun up, there will be no one above us, no imposters among us.
I have no idea what's going on.
Freddy Fazbear says, Sky by DY toilet.
DIY toilet? What is this Zoomer garbage?
Freddy Fazbear says, Ski by D. Freddy Fazbear says, Frick.
We got a bunch of babies in chat. Actual children.
Freddy Fazbear says, a Sky by Die toilet.
I definitely screwed this branch up.
Cat with a mouse says, Skibidi toilet is a meme channel on YouTube. Freddy Fazbear says, hey, can you give the worm flower Pokemon thingy a Tofat and a bowtie? Ponyboy Horse says,
No!
I am old enough to remember watching the Golden Girls.
Damn, Ponyboy.
Kohate says,
I don't think I even
for what
remember
it's
that
worth,
one.
I also didn't come in here expecting to feel so old.
Oops, wrong brush.
Cat with a mouse
Alright,
says,
we're gonna make this one
so am I,
lighter.
but I don't brag about it. Ponyboy Horse says,
Okay,
I
boys.
played Donkey Kong on the SNES. Kohate says, Pony watched the 2015 Girl Power remake, you're safe, Dice.
Girl
Freddy
power?
Fazbear says, do you take background music requests?
No. I'm just running a playlist here.
Freddy Fazbear says, Dingus. Ponyboy Horse says,
Dingus. The
I
Strix?
refuse to try that, Kohate. Freddy Fazbear says, God damn it. Ponyboy Horse says, Dicebag is a communist, no democracy here for music.
Glow. I can't do no playlist suggestions on
Kohate
freaking
says,
YouTube.
Can't believe you'd be such a chauvinist, Pony. But it makes sense. Stream Elements says, good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello. Freddy Fazbear says, would you mind if I turn into Spamton G. Spamton from the hit game Deltarune by Toby Fox? Cat with a mouse says, DMS are slightly above democracy. At least for certain things.
Not gonna lie, Freddy, that sounds even worse than Freddy
Ponyboy
Fazbear.
Horse says, I'm not gonna say hello.
Alright, Ponyboy. Don't then. See if I
Ponyboy
care.
Horse says, you can't buy me Stream Elements. Ponyboy Horse
Look at that
says,
nice rim lighting
I am
there.
a man with free will, I will not be controlled by the machine. Freddy Fazbear says, hey, Every it's me, the number 1 rated salesman 1997, Spamton G Spamton. Cat with a mouse says. Then I'll say it.
Guys will say they have free will and then do things like this. Maybe you shouldn't have free will, Pony Boy. Maybe it was a mistake. We're gonna have to take your voting rights away, Pony Boy.
Co-8 says. So-called free thinkers. The second there's a sporty track star with a ponytail. Ponyboy Horse says. My free will lead me to order $52 of KFC today, so it can't be that ABD.
Yeah, Koha, I think you've forgotten who you're talking
says,
about.
Hate.
Ponyboy doesn't
Let
like
me tell
girls
you
with
how
ponytails.
much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. Cat with a mouse says. Who wants to bet Ponyboy will become Glueboy within the next few streams? Freddy Fazbear says. If the word hate was engraved on each nano-angstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro-instant. For you. Hate.
Same, to be honest.
Ponyboy Horse says. Ponyboy likes girls with boyish short hair.
You know what? This ain't looking too bad.
Co-hate says. You're right, I made the mistake of thinking he liked tomboys when in fact he just likes men.
Facts.
Co-hate says. My bad. My Eaglebin. Ponyboy Horse says. Boy, I like tomboys, you take that back FUTA man. Cat with a mouse says. Always nice to get some OO art of Babu Crytures.
Babu Crytures? I guess you could call that.
Ponyboy Horse
I've been
says,
trying to follow more Pokemon
likes
fan
to think
artists
BTS
recently
is
to
the
get
real man
inspiration.
liker.
But a lot of them are just cutesy artists. Which honestly I could stand to do more of. I always be doing the action
Cat with a mouse
scenes.
says, lean that the orc word for baby is babu.
Orc word? I was bringing another foreign language in here. As if Spanish and French wasn't enough.
Ponyboy Horse says. Excuse me, nobody spoke French yet.
No, but we talked about it. And that's bad enough.
Ponyboy Horse says. But speaking of French, I love that French rat girl that blew up.
Is this Is the rat girl and the girl with rats the same one? Because I remember there was one that like had a bunch of pet rats. I'm not sure if that's the same one that is the rat girl. Not mean.
Ponyboy Horse says. Yes.
That is. Didn't she get like face doxed by somebody? Have I got the right VTuber there? There's too many freaking VTubers these days. How dare we exist? I can't keep up with us all.
Ponyboy Horse says. She used to be an IRL streamer, so it's out there.
Makes sense. To be fair, that a lot of VTubers used to be IRL streamers too.
Ponyboy Horse says. I want to snip the stink.
Okay, Ponyboy. Now guys, opinions. How's it looking?
Cat with a mouse says. Perfection.
Perfection? Now that's just not true.
Ponyboy Horse says. Needs an ominous being blended into the background like a set of eyes or something. Kohate says. Honestly, I would blur the background a little, but otherwise great.
You know what? I'm right there with you, Kohet. Like this guy here, probably should be a little out of focus along with... Well, the rest of it kinda is just out of focus to begin with.
Cat with a mouse says. Nothing wrong with having one person be your suck-up/kiss ass.
Yeah, but it means I can't take him seriously.
Says, I would have also probably gone with a darker foreground and a brighter background, but that was a decision for 1 hour ago, Dice.
You're also colorblind, so I don't necessarily trust everything you say. I feel like maybe we should try a different tone of the, what do you call that? The shadows.
Kohate
Let's try
says,
a little tonal correction.
I'm not value blind, you punk.
Darker foreground and brighter background. Come on, man. No way, not brightness and contrast. What am I doing? Hold on. First of all, I don't need to select all of this. Well, if we shifted in -50, then darkened it a little bit. And then do the same thing for the deep darks. I feel like that fits better with the kind of lighting it's got. Not quite as reddish. You know what? I'm starting to come around, Kohet. I think we could use more shadows. Let me see. Let's get my eyedropper. And get the color that I just turned this into.
Ponyboy Horse says, "You are easy to peer pressure." Ponyboy Horse says, "No free will."
I am
Kohate says,
so not easy to
"I
peer
appreciate
pressure.
the acknowledgement." Cat with a Mouse says, "Funny thing did happen to me this morning. I rolled a 100 on my D100 while waiting for my session to start." Kohate says, "He is not easy to peer pressure. I wish he was TBH."
Yeah. See? I am my own man. A stubborn man. Okay, we're gonna have to like select the actual thing here, so I don't color in the things that don't need to be
Ponyboy
colored
Horse
in.
says, "Dice bag, you gotta try these cool candy cigarettes. All the cool kids are doing them." Cat with a Mouse says, "Shame I didn't take a picture of it to show the Discord." Kohate says,
Candy cigarettes.
"Imagine how many baddies there would be in Crytures if Dice just had less willpower."
Go ahead, I gotta save that kind of energy for other pursuits.
Ponyboy Horse says, "I meant to say candy cigarettes."
Sure you did, sure you did. How about some death sticks? You got any death sticks? I might be in the markets for some death sticks, Pony Boy.
Through the forest dark and grim they tread, conjurers bold with their robes of red, to track the spiders swift and sly.
Ponyboy Horse says, "You want to go home and rethink your life." Cat with a Mouse says, "You don't end to sell me death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life."
Alright, how about this?
Of caterpillars, fierce and green, burst through the brush with a savage gleam, their carapace shining like armored knights. The forest echoed with battle cries. Oh, woe betide the hunted prey when
I think I'm liking the sloppier look to it
Great
anyways.
AI recap song. Think Ed might sing it so much that he would get slapped by Lester or Richard.
Oh yeah. This is the AI recap song. That's another fun thing.
fiery clash, starlight faint through the trees did
I had AI make a song about the exploits of our party last time, and this would be it.
Wounded pride and the fading night. The conjurers knew they'd lost the fight. In retreat they ran through the woodland path from the rage of the swarm and its caterpillar wrath.
Ironic that we're doing more caterpillars right meow. Alright. Let's do one final thing.
Cat with a mouse says. At least these caterpillars are more harmless.
I don't know about that. And I put a little bit of like a light source over here. Nah, I liked it better over here. There we go. Now we need to blur it. Okay, hold on. What's this? Yeah, that too. Okay, we'll put all this
says, man just before being killed by a caterpillar.
in a folder. Yeah, did you think those gum pillars were going to be as hard as they were? You should have, because they outnumbered you almost 2 to 1. Alright. Let's put some blur on this. Maybe not quite that much. About like that. Then we erase out the main boy. And Buddy in the black is a little blurry.
Says, that forest looked like it is guarded by a black magic Wendigo.
Well, it's the Crytures world.
Or Blair Witch. Cat with a mouse says. I really thought my interaction/introduction would work. But the dice failed me.
Well, a pack of creatures isn't just gonna give up their kills to a bunch of humans. A bunch of tasty, succulent-looking humans. Creatures ain't your friends unless they're in binding crystals. Alright, let's give this a save. I'm not sure if I can actually import, like, that video frame by frame that I was talking about and edit it, like, right now, but maybe we'll try.
Please never describe me as tasty or succulent.
Well, I wasn't. You're a pony. I was describing humans, pony boy.
Cat with a mouse says. Maybe the wild child ability would make me more successful next time. Kohate says. A succulent meal? Ponyboy Horse says. What you got against ponies, racist?
I don't know. Ponies have a bad rap, pony boy. Maybe ponies should work on policing their own before complaining about racism. Alright, let's try simply dragging it in here. Nope, that didn't do anything.
Cat with a mouse says. Because ponies are small. Make a big stink, and keep blowing out people's shins. Ponyboy horse says. Big horse trying to keep a pony down.
Big horse. What industry is big horse? Is that the racing industry or what? Big manure?
Kohate says. As they should. Kohate says. I am big horse. Ponyboy horse says. It's big horse. Kohate says. Coco. A big horse company.
I figured Coco would be more about centaurs than horses myself. Did I say that right, or did I get that backwards? Mind is blinked.
Kohate says. Yeah, but you have to source the horse half from somewhere.
Yeah, I
With the mouse
guess.
says. I wasn't paying attention. What were you talking about?
Horses. Also, looking for a way to import this little Scikit video frame by frame into CSP, which I'm not sure if is actually possible. I wanna edit the
Kohate
details.
says. Don't worry about it, CWAM.
Let's see. Let's take this to a Brave search.
Ponyboy horse says. Ponyga, don't be hatin' on me just cause I'm graceful, Ponyga. Maybe if ya got rid of that yie ass main cut you got, you'd get some marrays on ya dick.
Thank you for butchering that one, Geronimo. That was probably more entertaining than the actual thing he said. Clip Studio Paint allows you to import video files as file object layers, which can be used as a reference or for rotoscoping. Well, that's not what I want to do exactly. After importing, the video will appear as a movie track in the timeline palette. You can then use it as a reference layer to trace over or animate. But can I draw on it frame by frame? Let's see. Select a movie from the import. Movie? Alright. Oh wait, I don't want it on this thing. Let's get rid of this. Alright, close this. New. Let's get ourselves a... That's not right. That's right. Alright.
Cat with a mouse says. Hopefully you saved that art.
I saved it. I saved it. Okay, let's see. Now we have to deal with the non-snapping nature of Clip Studio Paint here. Alright. Full fully on the canvas here. Let's see. Now, how do I open the timeline? Where the hell is the timeline at? Timeline, there it is. New timeline. Where's the timeline? We are learning new functions as we go on this stream.
Kohate says, under the window tab, it's a Docker.
Under the window
With the
tab.
mouse says, noticed in the animation that Psychic's left eye is weird when it opens after being licked.
Timeline, there we go. Thank you, Kohet. Mr. Master of Technical Clip Studio Paint Thingamajigs. Alright, now the question is, how do I get the entire thingamajig?
Kohate says, oddly specific title, but I'll take it.
I'm going for accuracy here. How do we get it to play the entire thing?
Ponyboy Horse says, what AI tool did you use to animate that?
This one. Manage timeline? That doesn't seem to be what I'm looking for.
Through the mists, the path is set. A conjurer's oath, no chance to regret.
Ponyboy Horse says, I'm gonna have to try that sometime if it's easy.
It's very hit or miss. And if you don't want to pay for it, then you can only do like 2 attempts at animating something per day. I got lucky today and got a couple of vaguely decent animations out of it. How many frames is this video exactly? Let's find out. Surely it's in
good evening,
the details.
Mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Details. Length
Kohate
5
says,
seconds.
if you hit play on the timeline, all the frames should be there.
They were not there.
Ponyboy Horse says, I won't be part of your system.
Alright. 30 frames per second. 5 seconds. 150 frames. Value exceeds the range that can be set for the timeline. Well, that sucks.
Kohate says, it imports the file as a movie but not as independent frames. It's not built for what you're embling to do.
See, that's what I wanted to know in the first place.
Winding streams with laughter laced,
Am I gonna have to get like actual animation software to do this shit? I sure hope not.
Kohate says, sorry, I'm not always keyed in my leech.
Let's see, there should be a way to do more than 25 frames at a time, right? That's not even 1 second at 30 frames per second. Here's an idea. Let's see if we can make it into a GIF. We could not make the entire thing into a GIF. It only did like the not 1 second. Let's try this. Maybe I'll just not do this on stream and try to figure something out off stream when I have more time to dick around with it. Let's see. Do not save. Import. New. Blah blah blah. Import. Movie. This one. Animation. Timeline. New timeline. Okay. When it gives me the playback time in frames, it has like a slider going up and down. And when I go all the way up, it's like 180,000 frames. So why doesn't it want to let me do like 150? Well, your problem is. Do it anyways. How about 100? Not 100? How about 60? Not 60 either. Okay, you know what? I'm just not gonna be able to do it with this thing, I guess. Wunderbar. Alright. I guess it's time to just go and design some thingamajigs. Because I am out of illustrations to finish at the moment. What do you think, boys? Do we want to design a character or do we want to design weapons and armor?
Festiva says. Hi Bassie.
Hello Bassie, I'm Dad. We're trying to figure out what to do next.
I vote weapons. Ponyboy Horse says. I love weapons.
You love weapons? Weapons are pretty cool.
Festiva says. I go again because of that.
Oh. Ah. Yeah, crack my bones there for a second.
Cat with a mouse says. We need more weapons. Especially some that don't deal lethal damage.
Buddy, every weapon deals lethal damage if you're trying.
Ponyboy Horse says, "Look at that Bassie."
Alright, we got some melee weapons here already. These are like for the ancient ruins that feature construct creatures very heavily. So that's the thematic nature we're going for. And they have 2 different color schemes.
Ponyboy Horse says, "Bassie is my new favorite Geronimoism." Cat with a Mouse says, "That was why I used my shield against the Gumpelers and not any swords. Ed would not intentionally kill a creature unless as a final resort."
Why is Ed taking up the profession of killing creatures then? Let's see. What else can we do here? We need magic weapons and ranged weapons of this type. I feel like crossbows are kind of thematically good for this set. Maybe we'll focus on that. Let's get us a crossbow. And we'll retool this.
Ponyboy Horse says, "Friendly reminder, you have a couple of days left on your taxes to ignore them."
I already did my taxes.
Ponyboy Horse says,
First time I'm
Pro tip,
early ever.
"If you ignore taxes, they go away."
That's definitely true. Alright, what kind of little
Cat with a Mouse
details
says,
can we add on this thing?
Ed's father taught him this golden rule: peace and respect must always be attempted first when dealing with any animal or creature.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
Ponyboy
you're
Horse says,
familiar with the
"Taxes
lore
cannot
of
legally enter
creatures,
your house without your consent."
but humans literally started binding creatures to protect them from other creatures. Because creatures kill humans all the time. Ah! What happened?
Cat with a Mouse says, "Might try reading up on the lore, but remember, Ed does has an intellect of 2. He might not have retained that context."
Perhaps. Let's see, let's just kind of make this Very angular. We might have to come up with a new visual theme. What can we do to make this a little more interesting looking? Well, we can always do the thing with the stock here.
Ponyboy Horse says, what about making a handgun?
No handguns in the Crytures world.
Ponyboy Horse says, 1984.
1984. You have wands, which should be good enough.
Ponyboy Horse says, I want to cast non-magic missile. Cat with a Mouse says,
No.
My characters are somewhat opposites. Ed is dumb, respectful, and wild. Carolee is smart, determined, and calculating.
It sounds like Ed's gonna die very quickly.
Ponyboy Horse says, the handgun is made in the late 1300s and existed alongside crossbows, you know.
That's not the point, Ponyboy. It's about aesthetics. Why would you need the handgun when you have magic weapons?
Cat with a Mouse says, maybe, but I'm still rooting for him. Especially since he failed the first time. He might change, somewhat. Somehow. Ponyboy Horse says, first we have no tomboys, now we have no handgun. 1984.
I keep telling you, Ponyboy, we do have tomboys. We have the best kind of tomboys, the long-haired tomboys. I keep telling people, I keep telling Ponyboy this, we have the best tomboys. Tomboys with long hair, can you believe it, folks? Tomboys with long hair, those are the best kind. But Ponyboy doesn't believe me.
Ponyboy Horse says, you are fake news.
You know, this Ponyboy fella,
says,
I've heard a lot of
best
people say
tomboy
that
to me
he doesn't
is the kind
actually
of
like
girl you can have a
tomboys.
cold drink with
He
and
just
share
likes
a romantic dance
boys.
under the moon.
Now, I'm not saying that. That's just what I've heard. I've heard a lot of people say that, but I wouldn't say that. But a lot of people say that.
Ponyboy Horse says, Evergrade is a communist commissar and leader of the fake news DNN.
Evergrade? When did Evergrade come into this? I didn't mention Evergrade, I mentioned a lot of people.
Meant to say dice bag. Ponyboy Horse says,
you're in the wrong chat, Ponyboy. Dude thinks he's in the wrong chat.
Ponyboy Horse says, I tripped over myself.
I can't believe you. Calling me by other streamers' names.
Well, Pony is finally driving me out of the chat. See ya next week, Dice.
Alright, we'll see you around, cat. Alright. That's pretty nice and angular looking.
Ponyboy Horse says, Dice grade and Everbag.
I don't know if I like that fusion.
Ponyboy Horse says, it would just be Evergrade with straight hair and Dice Bag with wild wavy hair.
Whoops, that's not what I meant to erase. Huh.
Ponyboy Horse says, Evergrade with straight hair sounds kinda cursed TBH.
Evergrade with normal teeth. There you go.
Ponyboy Horse says, Dice Bag with no metal.
cringe. Cringe. You know, I'm honestly not sure which part of these things is supposed to be wood and which is not. I really need to, like, come up with the aesthetic and then, like, make up fantasy materials for it. But I have neglected to do part of that.
Ponyboy Horse says, make it all plastic.
No, I've already established that it uses a ceramic type of material in place of wood. We can't make it plastic now. Ah. You know what we could do, though, is make it even more angular. What if we do like so? Then we separate these sections. Then we can add a section in the middle here, where it's the other color, and we can put some decorations on it there. Actually, let's make that part not so angular. There we go. Boy, I just love coloring line art.
Ponyboy Horse says, "Don't sound so sarcastic."
What makes you think I'm sarcastic? Alright, now we gotta redo the shadows. Just a little bit though. Alrighty. Now look at that, Pony Boy. Doesn't it look mechanical? Kind of like a gun?
Ponyboy Horse says, "I need splody powder."
Splody powder. Well, you could get yourself a fire enchantment on it. Make some explodey situations by means of that.
Ponyboy Horse says, "But will it leave my ears ringing and bloody?" Stream Elements says, "Good evening, mortal humans. Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello."
I mean, it could. You can make it explode.
Ponyboy Horse says, "HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH
All right.
Ponyboy Horse says, "I did that of my own free will."
Sure you did. Definitely not addicted or anything. It's definitely not the death sticks and the candy diggerettes talking.
Ponyboy Horse says, "I can quit anytime I want."
What is this little thing? I don't need that there. Getting outside the lines. Alright, now to put the pattern on it. Alrighty. Now for the alternate color scheme. There we go. I'm getting in the hairs, the strings. Shame. There we go. Alright, there's the original coloring. I'm just gonna delete all these layers and make like a secondary one. We'll do the same thing for the other one.
These look like my grandma's kitchen ceramics.
That's kinda what they're supposed to look like. They're supposed to be made out of a type of magic ceramic material that is flexible and self-repairing and has a bit of a mind of its own. Because these are made from construct creature essence.
Ponyboy Horse says, does this crossbow reload using a goat's foot or by hand?
By hand, I suppose. So you have the stirrup there for you to stick your foot in. Alright. What's next? What's up next?
Ponyboy Horse says, a higher powered crossbow would be reloaded using a goat's foot. I guess you can tell it isn't here because the braces for a goat's foot isn't there.
Right, these aren't really like military battlefield type of crossbows that you're shooting into over the walls of a castle or anything. Let's see, maybe a throwing knife would be a good one to do. It's nice and simple after doing the freaking crossbow.
Ponyboy Horse says, the highest powered crossbows are cranked.
Alright, we're gonna have to make this more of a leaf blade. To fit with the longsword style. We already got this on here, so we can just kind of make it ridged like that. Maybe we need to make it a little bit more bottom heavy though. It's looking a little bit unwieldy.
Ponyboy Horse says. Petition to change the playlist to audience request.
No! The playlist is the way it is to avoid YouTube copyright problems.
Ponyboy Horse says. 1985.
Oh, we've upgraded
Ponyboy
now,
Horse
have we?
says, that's one worse than 1984.
I know, it is YouTube after all.
Ponyboy Horse says. Heck YouTube.
I would heck YouTube, but then the only mainstream outreach I would have is Twitch, which is worse.
Ponyboy Horse says. YouTube ain't got animated emotes.
This is true, but Twitch requires a certain threshold of average viewers per stream in order to have those emotes, and I don't stream enough to get that. Rumble has all the emotes, I think.
Ponyboy Horse says. I count as 2 viewers myself.
I wish that were true. It'd make it a lot easier. Alright. Now we just copy this and flip horizontal. And bada bing, bada boom. We have the other side. Should have done it over here though. Alright, then we can put a dot right in the middle of that. There we go. Hell yeah. Ah! Cracking my bones again. Okay, alternate color scheme. Wait a second. Wrong one.
Ponyboy Horse says. Isn't it crazy if you leave wine out long enough it becomes vinegar, but if you leave vinegar out long enough it becomes so weak it's basically nothing?
I guess. I'm not really a wine or a vinegar drinker. So, whatever. Real men drink milk.
Ponyboy Horse says, I love wine, it is the drink of kings and emperors.
Yeah, but kings and emperors didn't have Dr. Pepper. Checkmate.
Stream Elements says, Hail Kyle the Dragon, thank you for following.
Yeah, hail Kyle the Dragon. Didn't know we had company, but hello. Alright, there we go. We got the dull ancient version and the new hotness version.
Kyle the Dragon says, hello, sick art you got there.
Thanks! You missed the good stuff though. Here, let me pull up what you
Ponyboy
missed.
Horse says, there be dragons out here with names like Smog and Hormigunder, and you got Kyle.
This is what we just did before I started drawing weapons.
Kyle the Dragon says, and I have a sick hoodie.
Is it a dragon-shaped hoodie? Should I ask the obvious questions?
Ponyboy Horse says, okay, so that makes up for it.
That's all you need really, is a cool hoodie. Alright. We need like one
Kyle
more
the
of
Dragon
these.
says, it's a hoodie-shaped hoodie.
A hoodie-shaped hoodie, okay. Well, that's less cool. Kyle,
Ponyboy Horse
you've been
says,
demoted to Kevin.
I have a hoodie-shaped hoodie.
You're now Kevin the Dragon. Perhaps we shall get the recurve bow and make one of these. Whoops, wrong one.
Kyle the Dragon says, no, don't demote me to Kevin, that's the name of someone who owns a crowbar.
What's wrong with having crowbars, huh? Crowbars are useful.
Ponyboy Horse says, I want to own a crowbar.
Ponyboy, you can just go out and buy crowbars, you know. The government won't tell you this, but you can just go and pick up a crowbar at like Walmart or something.
Macamillionus says, crowbars are better than Pydion bars.
Oh hey, it's Masselmilluminous again. Welcome back.
Ponyboy Horse says, I will but 300 crowbars.
That's the spirit, Ponyboy.
Kyle the Dragon says, personally I think Raven bars are the best.
Man, I have things I probably should be working on to fix up my house, but here I am drawing fantasy weapons
Macamillionus
instead.
says, Raven bars. I would go to a hip pub like that. Ponyboy Horse says, I never hang out in Raven bars, nevermore.
You gotta get on the parrot
Kyle the
bars,
Dragon
to
says,
be honest.
I hate and love you for that pun. Macamillionus says, XD.
Alright, lads. This was an easy shape to get. Thankfully. But then again, it means I have less time that I can fill up with this one image.
Macamillionus says, that pun was like eating a fine cheese.
You know what? Maybe the ends of the bows should have like this thing going on.
Macamillionus says, how's your night going?
Oh, it's going. Chat was real active there for a while. Geronimo could barely keep up. We got this Budley picture done. And we talked about AI animation and whatnot, and I could not get the AI animation. I whipped up to import in here to
Geronimo
edit.
Can't even keep up with himself.
So
Kyle
we gave
the
up on
Dragon
that.
Says, ID more compare the pun to champagne because it requires a specific taste. Ponyboy Horse says, Geronimo has that juicy bassy on his mind.
Backsea? Oh yeah.
Macamillionus says,
That's a joke that didn't go anywhere.
never had Limurger yet.
I don't know if this is actually going to look any good, but we'll try it.
Macamillionus says, why does it say Limurger like that? XD.
I don't know, nobody understands the Geronimoisms truly. As soon as you think you know what Geronimo is going to say, he changes it up. He'll pronounce something differently from time to time. It's like he has a mind of his own. Perhaps I made him too powerful.
Macamillionus says, Limburger. Ponyboy Horse says, Jugmu gokeo no surakire kaijirisu ichio no su ichio matsu unrei matsu pure matsu ku nirutokoro en isu mutokoro yabarikoji no burikoji pepo no shuringen no gu.
Ponyboy, are you casting spells with Geronimo?
Ponpokana no chokume no chosug.
Are you trying to exercise the stream?
Says, summing a god.
No witchcraft in stream.
Ponyboy Horse says, I am speaking Japanese.
Okay, buddy. I know a Shinto incantation when I hear it.
Macamillionus says, nah, you are speaking long-term samurai.
You know what? I think the knobs on the end are actually working out. It's not a bad look.
Macamillion says. And knobs go.
Hell yeah. Oh, what is this? I'm getting out the lines. Shame. I can't even do coloring books.
Macamillion says. Gotta love someone with a Necronomicon drawing knobs.
Necronomicon? Where? You're not talking about the Tomeboys, are you? I don't know, Dicebag. I think he might be talking about us.
Macamillion says. Your avatar.
We're not a Necronomicon. He doesn't even know what the Necronomicon looks like, does he? Ponyboys don't get, or Tomeboys don't get to talk much, but they are not the Necronomicon. Holy hell, what is this color?
Macamillion says. Toombois.
Toombois.
Ponyboy Horse says. Almost tomboys. Macamillion says. That wasn't French. Stream Elements says.
And it's a good thing we're not tomboys.
Make sure you subscribe to Dicebag.
Otherwise, Ponyboy would be all over us. Can't have that. Can't have Ponyboy getting all over the equipment. No falling in love with the stream icon or stream. What do you call these? Props. Props? Are you guys props?
Ponyboy Horse says.
I think that's a little offensive, but maybe.
Macamillion says. Oh, screw me. I am trying to drink here.
Well, it's a good thing it's not that funny. Otherwise, you might be in trouble.
Ponyboy Horse says.
What is this? I totally forgot to soften the edges on this thing.
Macamillion says. Says the guy without the drink from his nose. Ponyboy Horse says. Why can't Geronimo speak Chinese? Who the hell made him?
Not the Chinese. I don't have spyware in my drones. Thank you very much. Geronimo is not allowed to be on TikTok.
Ponyboy Horse says. Macamillionus says. I also don't want spyware up my nose.
That's probably a good goal in life. Spyware up the nose would be suboptimal.
Ponyboy Horse says. Geronimo also can't speak Hebrew, so I guess tiny hats didn't make him either.
See?
Macamillionus says. Not wrong. LOL.
Geronimo is more free of foreign interference than most of our politicians. He should probably run for office.
Ponyboy Horse says. Ponyboy Horse says. I am probably on several watch lists by now.
Oh, I flipped that thing in the wrong direction. Edit, transform, flip vertical. There we go. You were probably on those watch lists before you started spamming chat with foreign languages.
Macamillionus says. I am just hoping that says something about buttercups and rainbows.
It better. YouTube and Twitch are watching us.
Macamillionus says. Rain buttercups.
Alright. Now we get to do the doling. The great doling of the colors.
Ponyboy Horse says. Yeah, so anyways, soak the bag of flour in diesel and let it dry for a week, then use a firecracker as a fuse. Macamillionus says.
Is that how you do
Don't
it?
mind me, I am having a good night. LOL. Ponyboy Horse says. Now we are all on the watch list together.
Nice. Watch list buddies.
Macamillionus says. Uh-oh.
It's okay, I don't fly anyways.
Ponyboy Horse says. You need a new federal ID to fly starting in May too, you know. Macamillionus says. You don't fly until you trip and forget what ground is.
Okie dokie. Hell yeah.
Ponyboy Horse says. Next time Dice Bag flies, he's gonna be randomly selected for a USB port inspection in a dirty back room.
All my ports are wireless, Ponyboy. It's not gonna work like that. And for physical media, I only take CDs. Also DVDs. Those work too. No USBs though.
Ponyboy Horse says. Yeah, CD's nuts. Ponyboy Horse says. Got him.
Got him. Alright. I better save this thing before something crashes.
Macamillion says.
Then we gotta do magic weapons.
I like CDs.
CDs are pretty cool, I guess. Alright, are there any other
Ponyboy Horse
magic
says.
weapons?
Damn it, I already did the joke.
Yes, you already did the
Ponyboy
joke.
Horse says. I should have waited.
You did the joke, you blew your load, Ponyboy, you blew your load. You saw these nuts and you blew the load right away. Typical Ponyboy.
Ponyboy Horse says. You are the fetishist.
But you're the one blowing your loads to these nuts. You know what, let's get the rod
Macamillion
and the
says.
orb and the staff.
MP3D's nuts just doesn't hit as hard.
That's true. It kind of misses the point, in fact. You know what? Let's start with the orb. There, it's done.
Macamillion says. Swear we are all just testing to see what Geronimo can do. LOL.
I mean, Geronimo's the real star of the stream, to be honest.
Ponyboy Horse says. Geronimo can say GIF.
Yeah, but he can't say it correctly.
Macamillion says. That star is missing a couple of points. LOL.
I hate guidelines in Clip Studio Paint. They don't snap to anything. It's so freaking annoying. Oh wow, I got that really close. There we go.
Macamillion says. I honestly don't know about guidelines. Been running it like I paint. D.
Guidelines are way more useful in Photoshop. to be honest. Guidelines and text. And you know what? We're gonna take this glow effect.
Macamillionus says, traditional mediums going into tech is really obscure. LOL.
Yeah,
Ponyboy Horse says,
it do be like that
Dice Bag
sometimes.
fact. Dice Bag wakes up in the morning and sprints across his room because he is afraid the boogeyman under his bed will grab his ankles.
I can't do that, Pony Boy. The boogeyman is in the closet, don't you know? The other side of the room is where the closet is. Thought you knew me better than that, Pony Boy. The closet is where the long-fingered green hand comes out at night and caresses the door while speaking to me.
Macamillionus says, long finger green hand caressing. Ponyboy Horse says, is that a lightsaber?
This is not a lightsaber, Pony Boy. This is a magic rod.
Macamillionus says,
Okay?
that's all I heard. D.
That's all you really need to hear, to be
Ponyboy
honest.
Horse says, I guess it's not the size of the crystal, it's how you use it.
Very true. What the hell am I doing? This is the wrong layer.
Macamillionus says, not wrong.
No, okay, that was the right layer, never mind. Let's turn off these layer effects here so I can actually see what the hell's going on.
Macamillionus says, big crystal for small purposes just sounds bad. Ponyboy Horse says, that lightsaber has 9 inches long but thin as a pencil energy.
If you
Macamillionus
say
says,
so.
Crypes.
Yeah, let's just take all the coloring off, and then we'll tweak the hilt to be more correct. The colors are throwing me off, as they always do. So with the magic rods, we make them
Macamillionus
much like the
says,
sword hilts.
Twigs are still twigs if you can break them. D. Macamillionus says, sword time.
Sword time? I feel like there's a meme there. That meme with the frog. You know what I'm talking about?
Macamillionus says. Every MC gets that one.
What, the lightsaber one? The magic rod?
Ponyboy Horse says. Imagine if someone took some sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter and grinded them all into something fun. We could call it fun powder. Jolty Bolty 1231 says. Hi. I stole a big red button from North Korea. What should I do with it?
You should probably give that to the White House. Welcome, Jolty Bolty. We are drawing magic rods.
Ponyboy Horse says. We could put this fun powder into a metal tube and plug it up with a metal ball, then use a little hole to light the fun powder.
Okay, Ponyboy. I think you've been reading too much of the anarchist cookbook over here.
Macamillionus says. Eat.
We're gonna have to revoke your Amazon privileges.
Macamillionus says. No going with alchemy. Macamillionus says. It's bad.
Yeah, Ponyboy.
Jolty Bolty 1231 says. Epic. I pressed the button before. There were coordinates to Mr. Beast's house.
You gotta be careful with that alchemy, Ponyboy. You're gonna end up becoming a divine androgyne. You don't want that.
Ponyboy Horse says. Hey, we got a new chatter. Wanna get on the watch list with us? Mix styrofoam and gasoline together until it melts into a paste, then light it on fire.
But what kind of creature
Macamillionus
essence do you
says,
mix in there, Ponyboy?
As long as Ponyboy doesn't learn about high pressures, we are good.
Hold on a second. Alright, there we go. It's good now, guys. It's good now.
Jolty Bolty 1231 says. I mixed azide and nitroglycerin together. Ponyboy Horse
Is that how you
says,
create the Philosopher's Stone?
Look at that lightsaber. Does it come in red? Macamillionus says. WHYYYY.
It comes in yellow, Ponyboy. In case you haven't been paying attention to the color schemes.
Macamillionus says. WHYYY.
Here we go. We're gonna change the hue. Ah, not like that. Come on.
Ponyboy Horse says. If I had a yellow lightsaber, I would activate it so it looked like I was taking a pee. Jolty Bolty 1231 says.
Probably the
Guys,
best use of
I have an
it.
idea for world peace. We should turn the ocean into Coca-Cola, then build millions of Mentos factories above the Coca-Cola Sea. Smiley face.
Coca-Cola.
Macamillionus says. Wow. Those two were the same.
Banned. We drink Dr. Pepper in this house.
Ponyboy Horse says, Coca-Cola is based.
Colas are for cucks. You know what? I might just have to like redo this.
Says, I am more concerned about the Mentos. Ponyboy Horse
Now
says,
the Mentos are fine.
Dr. Pepper is bottled by Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Boldy 1231 says, you should make a side next.
Look, Ponyboy, it's not the company, it's the flavor. Cola includes Pepsi as well. You know, I think we just need to, like, make an entirely new beam.
Ponyboy Horse says, Dicebag earning his status as the Communist Party Commissar.
Alright, we're gonna have to do some guides here. There we go. We have a new beam. Bada bing, bada boom.
Macamillianus says, at this point it's so obscure that you might have to give a dissertation.
What, on communism? Look, communism is really simple. It's when Ponyboy comes into the chat.
Ponyboy Horse says, what's the point of the crossguard on the lightsaber?
To block attacks, Ponyboy.
Ponyboy Horse says, you are the communist.
There we go. It's beautiful.
Ponyboy Horse says,
We might have to forego.
how a basic ass crossguard gonna block a lightsaber?
Who says it's blocking another lightsaber? Also, they aren't lightsabers. They're magic rods. You are imposing the magic systems of other franchises on places it does not apply to.
Rock saber.
It channels the mana of the
hey
human
girl,
into a weaponized beam. And can be altered by the inclusion of creature essence.
Jolty Bolty 1231 says, I'm gonna go now to read fanfiction and simp over pixels on a screen. I meant to study homework. Smiley face.
Alrighty, sounds like a good night. Have fun simping for pixels.
Ponyboy Horse says, how the heck you gonna sheath the lightsaber anyways?
You don't sheathe the lightsaber. Magic rods simply
says,
retract.
How aren't you?
They simply retract when you're not actively powering them. Do I have to spell out every little bit of lore? Do I have to explain my magic system in great detail to you?
Macamillion says, going to let it drill into the ground and let it fall through the world. Macamillion says,
Probably for the best, honestly.
Yeesh. Ponyboy Horse says, what if my magic rod hasn't retracted in 4 hours?
Well, you're probably going to be running out of mana and taking injuries then. How are you still alive?
Macamillion says,
I hope one of your companions
pills
has
for
the
that.
healing skill.
Macamillion says, D. Ponyboy Horse says, some men can't even activate their magic rods anymore.
It's a shame, really.
Macamillion says, Grandpa.
Is your grandpa a wizard?
Ponyboy Horse says, some guys it takes a while to activate their magic rods, you just gotta play with it first. Stream Elements says, good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello. Macamillion says, honestly my grandpa was a wizard. Ponyboy Horse says,
Ugh.
Macamillion says, like a roller coaster. XD.
Alrighty. We're almost done with this one. I don't think we're gonna have any blue patterns on this guy. Although maybe the orb should have some.
Macamillion says, also stop shrimping. Macamillion says, and eat broccoli.
Eat broccoli. Broccoli is actually not too bad. I don't know where the meme of broccoli not being good is, where it comes from, but it's wrong.
Ponyboy Horse says, where is a shield?
We're getting to the shields eventually, Ponyboy. We need 3 weapons of each kind. We've got the melee weapons, we got the ranged weapons, we're on the magic weapons. We won't see shields or armor until after that, and maybe I'll just end stream before we even get there, who knows. I'm getting a little tired.
Macamillion says,
And it's almost midnight.
YAI. Where is the weaponless weapon?
The weaponless weapon. I'm not familiar with those. Yeah, a little glue there.
Macamillion says, shield.
I've actually designed shields to have quite a few offensive capabilities in creatures. You can smack people with them.
Ponyboy Horse says, shields are absolutely a weapon.
That's why I gave them
Ponyboy
melee
Horse
attacks.
says, shields are just a weighted boxing glove. Macamillionus says, not are you using them wrong.
I keep forgetting that I have the hand on screen.
Macamillionus says, going to use a grappling hook for digging next.
We have creatures for digging around here.
Ponyboy Horse says, you should paint your fingernails again.
You appear to be the expert at painting nails, Ponyboy. Mr. Creator of Fake News.
Macamillionus says, okay, that sidelined me. Ponyboy Horse says, I don't paint nails.
You painted my nails last week. Or no, the week before.
Macamillionus says, you win Pony. XD.
I can go
Ponyboy
into...
Horse says,
I can just
They make
scroll back
real
up in
news.
Discord and prove it. I can prove that you painted my nails 2 weeks ago. There it is, the edited screenshot. Straight from your post in the Discord, Ponyboy.
Ponyboy
Over here
Horse
painting
says,
my nails behind my back.
that was a real screenshot.
Sure was, Ponyboy, sure was.
Macamillionus says, was the paint job good?
No, it was awful. Anyways, the orb.
Macamillionus says, uh-oh. Ponyboy Horse says, boy, don't insult my fingernail painting.
Aha, he admits it. He admits it. You activated my trap guard, Ponyboy. I insulted your fingernail
Macamillionus
painting to
says,
get you to own up to it.
XD. Macamillionus says, caught.
Caught red-handed. Can't trust this guy. This is literally just like Tribal
Macamillionus says,
Geronimo.
if you painted, you painted it. Macamillionus says,
There we go.
plus, I could have done much worse. Macamillionus
You could
says,
always do worse.
much worse.
Frankly, it would have been funnier if it gave me long fingernails. Perhaps make it a green long-fingered hand reaching out of my closet.
Macamillionus says, tappy nails.
Yeah, the tappy nails. Mainly an blah, blah, blah. An ASMR girl. Those are all the rage among VTubers these days.
Ponyboy Horse says, Jugmu Goko no Suri Kair Kaijurai Suijo
He's casting spells again.
Unreimatsu Fu Reimatsu Ku Nirutokoro and Isumu Tokoro Yabara Koji no
Ponyboy, it's not gonna work.
No
I'm not a demon. You can't exercise me.
No Pono Poki no Ponpokina no Chokyume no Chosug.
Fool. Your spells don't work on the cybernetic undead.
Macamillionus says, hold strong. Macamillionus says, the wall is only so thick.
Alright, I guess it's time to do the staff.
Ponyboy Horse says, look at that juicy orb, sitting there all unpondered.
You're gonna have to ponder it from a distance. Which you can do. Well, you could do that, Ponyboy. You could just ponder it from a distance.
Macamillionus says, ponder it. Ponyboy Horse says, who need they orb pondered?
Personally, I think I'm good.
Macamillionus says, probably a lot of people.
You know what? Not sure if I like that. I don't like that either.
Macamillionus says, but the eye of Sauron compels you.
The Eye of Sauron is gonna have to wait his turn. We answer to no Dark Lord but Skeletor around here.
Macamillionus says. Ah crap. Turn-based Skelliter would probably hoop us all. Ponyboy Horse says. Imagine you be Sauron, up on that tower looking for your ring, and all of a sudden someone puts it on and you look to see exactly where it is and Frodo pulled down his pants and put it on his Johnson.
That would be an epic troll. Don't you think? They would make YouTube poops about that. Do people still make YouTube poops, or is that a lost art?
One ring.
There's got to be some YouTube poop artists still around, right?
Ponyboy Horse says. If I was Sauron, I don't know if I'd even want it back.
What benefits would there be of putting the Ring of Power on your wiener? That's the real question.
Ponyboy Horse says. YouTube poops are deader than air, bud. Macamillionus says. I'd get it back. But please wash it. Ponyboy Horse says. The benefits would be Sauron wouldn't look at you.
I guess that would be a benefit. I mean, unless you're into that.
Macamillionus says. Tree ants wouldn't look either.
Tree ants? This ain't D&D. They're just ants in Lord of the Rings. Had to square that one with the Tolkien estate.
Macamillionus says. Semantics.
Along with halflings. And Balrogs. Now known as Balors. Or Baelors, or however you're supposed to say that. Nobody knows. Alright, fellas. Now we can start the coloring.
Macamillionus says. Now known as previously defined in prior works to Tolkien's normal works. Macamillionus says. Yeah. Just run with it. LOL.
Whatever. Alright, so color scheme. I guess the white just goes here and here and here. And then the segments will be red. And then we'll put the blue along the shaft.
Macamillion says, like eating overnight oats and forgetting it's still oats. XD.
That reference is going right past me. I don't even know what you're saying there. Is this some kind of Confucianist saying?
Macamillion says, I really hope it's not a saying from him. LOL.
You know what? Maybe this time we'll just go straight for the totally yellow orb at the end.
Macamillion says, YOLO orb.
Not YOLO orb, yellow orb. Gosh. Okay, we have like a gap in the coloring and it's bugging me. There we go.
Ponyboy Horse says, you know what Crytures needs? An orange short-haired girl with blue eyes and freckles. Macamillion says, wait, what? I live twice?
Why don't you make such a thing, Pony Boy? You keep wanting the thing, and it's a tabletop RPG. You can homebrew, you can make your own characters, Pony Boy. You can paint your mini to look like that.
Macamillion says, I can't make my own. Ponyboy
Sure
Horse
you can.
says, that means I could make a handgun and you couldn't stop me.
Yeah.
Macamillion says, I don't even know what this is for. XD.
You've been here for a couple streams and you don't even know that I'm working on a tabletop RPG with monster collecting? I thought I told that to like everybody who pops in pretty much. But yeah, I'm working on a tabletop RPG that's like Pokemon crossed with Dungeons and
Macamillion
Dragons.
says, I just hop on and have fun with you. Macamillion says,
That's what we're doing.
I hope.
Well, I hope you're having fun. But I'm working. This is work hours for me.
Macamillion says, LOL. Ponyboy Horse says, Dice Bag has Pokemon in the title, it must be Pokemon Homebrew.
There's one problem with that theory, Ponyboy. Homebrew for what system? Homebrew for what system?
Macamillion says.
I don't
I
play
don't see a
D&D no
single
more.
Gengar.
I haven't played Dungeons and Dragons since 4th edition.
Ponyboy Horse says. Dungeons and Dragons and Drive-ins and Diners and Dives. Macamillion says. This is going to make me sound really old.
You are among friends. Very old friends. Let's see. Glow? I don't like that. I don't like it.
Macamillion says. Last D&D I played was in spiral-bound notebooks. Ponyboy Horse says. I am a youthful handsome man.
Alright, Ponyboy. That's nice. I'm sure your grandma thinks so.
Macamillion says. Grandma is the only important one.
Word.
Ponyboy Horse says. You will make a short-haired tomboy.
Ponyboy, your mind tricks don't work on me.
Macamillion says. Why not a long-haired tomboy?
We already have a long-haired
Ponyboy Horse
tomboy,
says,
but Ponyboy doesn't like
no
those.
short hair ONLT.
Ponyboy literally wants his tomboys to look like men.
Macamillion says. Sheesh.
He didn't even accept the short-haired tomboy I drew a couple times
Macamillion
ago
says,
because she had a ponytail.
Freckles.
He is a weirdo.
Macamillion says. LOL. Ponyboy Horse says. Ponytails aren't short hair.
Yes, they are. When they're short, they are short hair. That's literally how it works. Short hair creates short ponytails.
Macamillion says. Oh. I know this now. Ponyboy Horse says. Communist behavior.
I feel like we should do something else with the top here. Like, it just doesn't look like it's being held on.
Macamillion
Let's
says.
do a little surgery.
Stream is different because you are working on weapons.
We do weapons around here sometimes. When I'm run out of other things to do.
Macamillionus says, LOL, what does Ponyboy want? Ponyboy Horse says, I have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton.
Don't tell me, Ponyboy.
Macamillionus says,
Go tell the FBI who has all the evidence already.
Ponyboy Horse says, hang on, someone is knocking on my door.
Don't open it. It's gonna be the long green, long-fingered hand.
Macamillionus says, pizza time.
Pizza time. Yeah. Alright. Let's throw some highlights on here.
Through the forest dark and grim they tread.
That looks better.
Bold with their robes of red, to track the spiders swift and sly, yet danger watched with a hidden
This was a pretty productive stream, even though I did not get to edit that little video. Oh yeah, we can show that for the guys who missed it earlier. I threw an older piece into an AI video generator.
Macamillionus says, we definitely didn't help in productivity. LOL. Stream Elements says, good evening, mortal humans, make sure you subscribe to Dicebag and say hello.
Let's see, where is it? Here we go. Look at this. Ah, it didn't loop.
Macamillionus says, hello.
There it is. Look at that. It's got a few wonky places that I wanted to edit out frame by frame, but Clip Studio Paint doesn't let you do that. Shame. Shame. Can't have good things. That's pretty good just from the AI doing its thing for 5 seconds. Might be able to throw that in like one of my YouTube video short thingy-majigs about the creatures and the creature codex. So yeah. Now get out of here.
Macamillionus
No more
says,
kitties.
you can always have good things until you break them.
Well, not if you can't afford them in the first place. That's kind of that's the thing that stops most people from having nice things, I think. Nah, I mean. Oh wait. I am not done at all. I forgot to put the pattern on the staff.
Macamillionus says, breaking them early.
You know, actually, we just can't have nice things at all these days because of things like planned obsolescence and manufacturers deliberately making things so that they'll break. I freaking hate that. I hate the enshittification of things. Make it stop. And stop making everything a subscription service.
Macamillion says, let's go back to CD's AMD floppy disks.
Might as well. Even then, we still had MMOs charging monthly subscriptions to play their games. And that's like what kicked it all off. And then if you set up a private server to play on outside the official ones, they were like, no, you can't do that.
Macamillion says, so, World of Warcraft?
There were others before that. World of Warcraft was just the popular one. I played Ultima Online. I played EverQuest. I played Asheron's Call.
Not popular.
Bet you guys never even heard of Asheron's Call.
Just the one that stuck.
Yep. But yeah, they started charging their monthly subscriptions and didn't let anybody play on private servers, and nobody challenged them, and everybody's been doing it since. It's gotten worse. Other things that have no business charging monthly subscriptions when they could just have a freaking software download. So many MMOs did not stick. It's kind of crazy.
Macamillion says, mine got bought and back-ended by Sony. XD.
Ooh. What is going on here? Oh. I'm on the completely wrong thing.
Macamillion says,
that'll do it.
2001. Macamillion says, LOL.
Bam! Now we just desaturate the line art a little bit. And we're good. We got the ancient version, we got the brand spanking new version. Hell yeah.
Macamillion says, no joke on that. Literally got bought by Sony, then put on their lesser servers until it died. It was crazy. XD.
Sounds about like a Sony thing, to be honest. Aren't they known for like ruining games? I feel like that's a Sony thing. But that could be said of many large game companies that are still around. Starting to lose track of them.
Macamillion says. Might be.
Alright. I think it might be time to wrap up the stream. It's past midnight for me. Let's see. Do we have anybody that we could raid is the question. Anybody that we could... Let's see. Twitch.
Macamillion says. Don't raid with just me. Macamillion says.
We'll see if we have enough
XD.
people. If I only have a couple, then yeah, we're probably not gonna be doing raids. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like we only got a few people still hanging around in chat, so I guess we'll just call it quits for the night.
Macamillion says. I'd feel bad. LOL.
You don't want me to put you on the spot? Be like, hey, raid with one person. Let's see. We gotta get the good music.
Macamillion says. I don't talk that loud.
That's okay, Geronimo talks loud for you. But yeah, we'll call it quits here. Thanks for watching, everybody who stopped by and is still hanging around, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Macamillion says. Still fun watching again. Macamillion says. Take care and good night.